Das Wolf, Caillou, que passou? MGB in the house. Willa is go for launch.
All right, welcome back, everybody, for episode 19 of our final KSP career, most likely final. Hope everybody is doing well today. I lost a little bit of track of time. I originally wasn't going to do KSP today, and then I lost track of time, and it's just the easiest thing to get going again. Plus, I feel like playing Kerbal today. Oh, you did, MGB? Nice. Yeah, then we'll have Kitten Career number 1. I'm still not sold on kittens. Anybody else not sold on kittens yet? I know they're looking for something kind of cute and kind of wonky, like Kerbals. I mean, as I said, you know, kittens were the least bad choice. NG, that's just roughly where it goes, like multiplayer, but you'll just read the description. It'll tell you bring backup. That doesn't mean that you have to have more people with you. It just means it's going to make it a little bit easier. MG, you're not the only one that hasn't finished those missions. And we still have, you know, there's a whole set of those missions that's before that that none of us have done. It's in Pyro. Warlo, that works too, buddy. Yeah, the original ASD facilities are in Pyro, and when they started introducing him, it's a continuing storyline. Right, it has to do with the regen crisis, you know, the regeneration respawn crisis, yada 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 yada. Right, it's also when they introduced radiation storms. So it's on Pyro 1, and that one you need a group to do because it's a full-scale radioactive Valakar, right? It's the Apex Valakar. At the end of that one. And really, if you're hauling stuff around and going to the distribution centers, hunt around for the orange boxes and grab the Palatino armor if you see it. Because you'll make more money selling that Palatino armor pieces to players than you will from doing the hauling. Actually, none of us have. None of us have done those missions yet, because it was all introduced when everybody was taking a break. Oh, it's because there is no economy in Star Citizen. At least not yet, right? Yeah, I'm looking forward to see when they start introducing Star Sim. Or at least some aspects of it. Warla, which one did you do? And when did you do it? Because they've gotten better over time. Because they're all dependent on server performance. But I do think they've made them too easy. Okay, so the one that we were just talking about. Where you have to, it's nighttime in the rain. I think it's usually nighttime around there. Or all the videos I've seen of it are around nighttime. Because there's the new one too, but it's not a Valacar. Right? It's like an electric eel type of thing. That's in the bottom of the ASD facilities in Stanton. The radioactive one is the one that's in Pyro. But the electric eel thing, and there's technically two of them. Yeah, they go down too easy. Alright, so last time we had made a new Learjet. Right, for our executives so that we can open up more airports. Right, the executive. Right, which is a 6-passenger aircraft. All right, so we have that mission to open up a new airport. So we're going to have Valentina fly. Bill is going to be the flight engineer. Actually, no, we need a co-pilot. Gimel is going to be the co-pilot. So, female flight crew today. And we are flying from the KSC to whatever destination they gave us. I got to look it up. Right, with the overperforming jet. These engines are a little powerful. Alright, allows this jet to the cruise like Mach 0.95. Yeah, we need to go to Ocialis Airport. Alright, Transflight, you're clear for departure on immediate takeoff. Fly safe. Alright, so we need to find... Oh, Cialis is over there. Oh, it's on that island. Okay. It's not a very far flight at all. And with this aircraft, it's going to be really quick. And we got the cool camera set up. don't know if these ever come on when I hit the light button. I know they're part of the action group. And these are supposed to be flashing. Alright, coming around to the left. Out to the north. But yeah, this is a severely overperforming jet. Like, sustained 6 Gs, we nearly blacked out Jeb. Alright, instantaneous Gs, this can pull nearly 10. Now they're high performance Juno clones. And I said we've only been flying at 2/3 throttle. Right, we're now over 500 knots.
Yo, J-Speed, where you been, brother?
What's going on, J-Speed? How you doing today, buddy? Yeah, we're at Mach 0.93 and still accelerating. Been ball and chained at home a lot. The good type of ball and chaining or the bad type of ball and chaining? All the balls. Oh, J-Speed, that sucks. What happened? Yeah, we're at Mach 0.98. Oh, dude, that sucks. Is your alternator at least in an easy spot to get to? Some cars, the alternator, you have to drop the entire engine in order to be able to get to it. Those suck. You don't have a belt tensioner that you can loosen? Alright, Transflight, we have you approach. You're cleared for landing on touchdown proceeding indicated airport terminal. Directions have been transmitted to you. All right, flaps down, gear down. I'm gonna come in over a hill on this one. A little bouncy on that. I'm still a little worried about these landing gear. As you can see, these landing gear are very bouncy. All right. 10 more seconds for negotiations. Not too bad, G-Speed. That works. All right, Transflight, you're cleared for immediate takeoff. Let's flip a sharp U-turn. And taxi down the end of the runway. Yeah, so J-Speed, you missed the test flight, or development and test flying of this thing. This thing can pull more than 9 Gs. We nearly blacked out Jebediah Kerman. It cruises at just under Mach 1.
She's a beast.
I mean to fully hit the brakes. We've had the landing gear, not on this plane, but the same landing gear on a different plane. Bounced us back up into the air like crazy high, and the aircraft stalled. But chat voted to do a revert since it wasn't pilot error. Our rate of descent was less than 2 meters a second. But the landing gear literally just launched us right back up in the air. Now, these are the Airplane Plus landing gear, so... The last flight, when we flew here, it was all 2/3 throttle. This time we're going to actually go full throttle. I mean, look at our acceleration, and we're in a 20-degree climb. And these aren't Junos. They're, the J-27 Shooting Star turbojet. They're a modified Juno from one of the mods we're using that basically triple charges the Juno engine. Yeah, we're at Mach 0.92, and we're still climbing at a 20-degree climb. And that's where I have world stabilizer installed. That's why we slide around everywhere. How's it going, Natsmore? How you doing today? Even with this high of an AOA, we're still cruising at Mach 0.92. Alright, I'm gonna throttle back here because we need to start our descent. Oh, nice, Natsmore. And these clouds just make flying so much more enjoyable. All right, Transflight, we have you on approach. Exciting weapon weather happening over here to the north of the KSC. Gear coming down, flaps down. All right, turn in. This cockpit is borked. Yeah, see, like that nose wheel just bounced. Now, what's the deal with this grass? I think the main gear need to come back one tick. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, Transcarbon Airlines welcomes you to your destination. The fastest seatbelt sign has been turned off, and you may now move about the cabin to collect your luggage in the terminal and make connecting flights. Please use caution when opening the overhead compartments and removing items, since articles may have shifted during flight. Translation:
Get your ass off my plane!
Can you imagine a captain actually saying that at the end, finally, you know, after going through the normal spiel? Get your ass off my plane! Alright, that's a contract complete. Let me take a look at that plane. Yeah, it would be pretty funny. But the problem is, half the people would laugh, the other half would be severely offended. As though it's the worst thing that's ever happened to them in life. There's a little bit of a rub when those are deployed, but I can live with it. And I'm going to bring the nose wheel back just slightly. Okay. J-Speed, I know, right? Oh, that's right. Yeah, I could. I mean, the flaps do go down pretty far. Just bring them up 5 degrees, be fine. OZSHF. Let's see where that is. We might do the moon impactor. We have a second Mooner impactor mission. Dude, look at all the debris out here. I knew this should exist. This is all the stuff that hit the moon and bounced. That's from when we slammed into Minmus. All right. What are you from? Same thing. These are from the auxiliary stage. It hit the moon doing like 300 meters a second and it still survived. Okay, so that is the impactor site. That's where they want me to smack Moon's butt. And that's where they want us to land a Mooner rover. We need to wait until it's daylight. And I'm guessing the impactor is probably within 500 meters. Right? So it's basically a 1,000 mile, or 1,000 meter circle around this point is what we actually need to hit. Injury, yeah, it bounced so hard it escaped. I mean, the whole thing went into the side of it, the side. Right? It was, just to give you an idea, this is just before impact. This is just before impact. Right? I mean, we slammed. We're actually traveling this direction. I thought we were gonna hit here, but we actually barely passed over the top of it, but we slammed into the side of this. Right? I mean, there is no way anything should have survived, but it basically tumbled across the surface and back out on an escape trajectory. It was going fast enough for an escape trajectory. Because by the time we hit, I think we're doing over 500 meters a second. Make them weaker next time? Well, let's face it. If you sneeze on Minmus, you're in orbit. And we did make a weaker rocket. We spent all the time developing out a 1.25 meter rocket because we didn't have any as part of a rocket family. They were all just, you know, one-offs. So it's like, all right, we actually need a 1.25 meter rocket family. So we did. We developed this. But we can use this for that mission as well. And we figured out something cool with this one. With the launch system, how we set up a couple things. So even as though it still says Minmus Impactor, we're going to use it for the moon. All right, so first up is, here's our payload slash fairing cam. All right, so this is the camera on the rocket looking down. This is from the tower looking back at the rocket at a 45-degree angle. It's a really cool angle to watch the launch from. Right, and then this camera is actually in the flame trench. Right, this is the penis camera. And this one is on top of the tower, right, looking out. So you can, I mean, if you could do this in slow motion, it'd be really cool because you'd see the whole length of the rocket go up and past, you know, until you're engulfed in flames. Right, but we started experimenting with camera locations. And that's what this is right here. This is that 45-degree angle camera. Right, and it's just a cool camera to see the launch from. And we got to talking that we need a mod that adds a different camera views around different spots around the KSC. One from the top of the VAB, another one from the launch tower, or from the control tower, and then maybe one from mission control. But you still need to be able to control your vessel. Right, so you still need nav ball and all the other information. We figured that would be a pretty cool thing. Okay, so we're going to set Moon as target here, and we're going Mooner Direct because I like going Mooner Direct. When we launch the Duna, right, our first Duna probe, it's going to go Duna Direct. You can do it for Duna as well. Right, for our first Duna flyby, which is coming up soon. We're less than 30 days from our first Duna launch window. And that's why I have it installed. Like once we actually start launching bigger, once we unlock the bigger rockets that actually have the MFDs in it, you can actually select it as a view inside the cockpit. We don't have anything unlocked though that can use it. All right, right about there will work. Man, that is an awesome sight. Look at that. Had to get a couple screenshots of that. Okay. Lunar impactor is go. Guidance is go. Upper stage is go. Core stage is go. Cameras are go. We need a go, no go from chat. Well, MGB, you're about to see it. It is literally what we just did with the time warp. And chat is go in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Main engine start. 2, 1. Send it. We forgot to turn the volume back up on the rocket. Airplanes are too noisy, rockets are too quiet. Alright, let's get that pitch and roll maneuver in. Alright, vehicle is supersonic. Alright, hitting 2.5 Gs, so we're going to throttle down to 2/3. Alright, 1 minute and 15 seconds into the flight. We're now 23 kilometers downrange distance from the KSC, passing altitude of 21 kilometers. And coming up on Mach 3. Holy shit on a biscuit. Alright, coming up on booster engine cutoff. And we have Miko. We have good stage separation. And upper stage ignition. How about that view, though? And we have good fairing deploy. Hey, there's Moon. Everybody say hi, Moon. Come to smack that ass. All right, we're now 3 minutes, 10 seconds into the flight. We're 155 kilometers downrange distance from the KSC, passing an altitude of 87 kilometers. And we are coming up on orbital velocity right now. Now, to get into a the proper orbit, I'm going to leave us a little high. And we will actually have to do an orbital capture. We won't be able to go to direct impact on that, where it's located. All right, so we go for payload deploy. And impactor going active. All right, so just gotta wait till we come out the other side. JSP, you've never done a direct descent? All our mid-moon missions so far have been direct descent, direct descent. Other than the satellites, obviously, that we put into orbit, but otherwise, everything's been direct descent, direct descent. Direct descent is dangerous. I like doing the direct ascents because I've never seen anybody else do them. No other content creator has done them that I've seen. Everybody goes into orbit first. And you don't really see them done in real life all that often because it doesn't allow you to be able to do any checks on orbit before leaving, you know, Earth's sphere of influence. J-Speed, yes. It's the exact opposite of direct descent. You just go straight in. We don't do an orbital capture. We just land. It's all about the timing. All right, so we're going to warp up here so that we can swap back. I forgot to turn on switch guidance modes. JSP, yeah, all your landings will be roughly in the same spot if you do it. That's not what I said to do, or meant to do. Since we're way out here, it's very easy to let this come back in. So this is still going to pass through very high orbit over the moon sphere of influence. And then it'll come back and impact or burn up in the atmosphere on Kerbin. No space debris. Yeah, so J-Speed, how do you do your approach to moon? What I usually do, if I'm doing a direct descent, which, well, since we're here. Right, you can see here, all of our landers are all on the same path, roughly same path. But I leave my apoapsis about 2 kilometers over the surface. And then just start arresting horizontal and vertical speed all the way down to a landing, but you'll always end up landing over here, right? And this is our impact point. It might be possible to do it direct. Maybe is a maybe, because we start slowing down roughly out. Well, you're kind of out here, but you start slowing down, right, and arresting your vertical descent. And you just kind of monitor it and balance it. But basically, it's almost a single burn all the way down to the ground. All right, so let's go ahead and warp. Mine's dangerous. Like, it's very because there's very little margin of error. Because at 2,000 meters at apoapsis, there's terrain in the way. Right, and then trying to time it so that you're only doing a single burn. Right, obviously you're going to be using the throttle, but it's still only like once you start your deceleration burn, you're not stopping until touchdown. Oh, it's a very close shave. And I usually start my burn usually somewhere between 8 and 10 kilometers up, depending on the thrust to weight of the craft. The lower the thrust to weight, the much sooner you have to start that burn. I think we can go direct. I'm gonna have to make some adjustments, likely on the way in, but I don't actually need to wait. I can just go ahead and execute this maneuver now. that's what I thought. Is radial in? We just got to find radial out. Oh, nice, now smart. Thank you. Now, when I went to RIP the first few days, a lot of it, what you're doing, half of it's classroom, and you're learning all about the history of the Rangers, but I don't remember all of it. I mean, you start with like Rogers Rangers from the Civil War, and like, I mean, all that. All right, warp here. All right, we need to find radial in. All right, 50 kilometers out. Isn't there a landing part for Kerbal Engineer? It's not showing me a landing marker. Oh, yeah, now it is. It's not showing me it here, or we're not close enough, one or the other. I see it. But that's a contract complete. Dot on target. Hildebrand! What's going on, buddy? I thought we were gonna have to do an orbital. I thought for sure we'd have to do an orbital capture. Nah. If it was on the far side, we would have. Because we'd have to time it when our communication satellite's over there. But contract complete. Future generations remember this day. Completion rewards 91 grand in 6 science and 38 rep. And we still have 24 days until we're in the middle of our Duna window. For our first Duna flyby. We also need to land on Minmus. But first, let's set up our probe for the Duna mission. Right, for our first Duna flyby. So this is what we used for our first flyby of Moon and for Minmus. Right, it's also the same chassis that we used for the impactor. It just works. Right, it's very small, it's low mass. You know, fuel efficient. But I am thinking of adding some more science to it. Right, by bringing a pair of these. Right, bringing them down to half scale. Which costs a small fortune. They raise the price when you do that. For obvious reasons. I'm tempted to double the fuel capacity. I'm gonna make sure the Duna mission is set up so that way when it comes time, all we have to do is throw it in the launch pad and send it. Oh.
Send it.
Oh wow, that's even tinier. Dude, that is tiny. Look how tiny that is.
Got itty bitty balls.
Oh, that's right. I think yep, I did. I scaled these up. That's why. Okay. Because these are also quite small. Herniated tanks for sure. Wondering if at this point we're almost 1.5 tons. It gives it a huge thrust to weight, but this is so much more efficient than these, than the little spiders. That is such high thrust to weight. What other options do we have? Z-Pug. Wow, even higher thrust to weight and higher higher efficiency. Yeah, everything just gets bigger. What I'm gonna do here is just thrust limit this to 50%. Nah, let's go 75. Yeah, we'll go 75%. above 1 is just simply too high.
Tequila!
What's up, my friend? How you doing today, Tequila? I can actually move these down here now. So how's life in Tequila's world today? And that's where it's not, but it's in this instant. Well, it doesn't gimbal, which I'm not too worried about with this. The issue is it's just way too high a thrust to weight, and I like the spark. I like the old sparky. Even though I kind of feel like I need something else there. Yeah, not too bad. Other than trying to figure out how I want to configure this just so it looks a little bit better. Yep, what can I say? I'm all about the fluff. And I'm just sitting on the plate, just kind of feels wrong somehow. I don't think that's gonna work. I think these are gonna move on me. I'm almost certain they're gonna move. As soon as we attach this to a vehicle, a launch vehicle, it's gonna move. All right, well. Yeah, particularly, yeah, pretty much. All right, we're gonna rename this the Duna Flyer. Oh, and it's gonna need better comms. right, save it. It's gonna be coming in the Duna arms wide and hard. Give me love. Oh. You're not gonna be able to unsee that now. With a tiny hat and all, yep. Give me love. Timba, his face sails unfurled. Speaking of sails, wasn't there a mod at some point that tried to add solar sails? And that's more. Good thing it's not purple. Ah. All right, let's see this thing. It's 3.9 meters high. That's actually probably pretty close to what we would actually need. All we have to do is put this in orbit, and this is nearly enough energy to push it all the way to the moon, or all the way to Duna. All right, let's put it on a launch vehicle. We're going to be putting us on the 1.875 meter rocket. I don't think it needs the max. And there it is, all nice and tucked in, ready to go. All right, let's save that. All right, so that mission is good to go once we're ready to actually launch. Photon Sailor, is that it? I never used it, but I do remember like being worked on. Who is the mod author on that? Now it's more. Free thinker, okay. He's got a couple good mods. All right. That's good to go. All right. Oh, wait. We also have a soft landing on Minmus mission. So where is our... Was it the MLP? Because it... Well, I think that was our first lander. I think we came up with a better one, didn't we? MLP2? Where is it? I could have swore we had a larger lander that we built. That's right. Yeah, SRU 2. Well, because we were actually going to try to bring it back. That's what we... Okay. This weighs 12 tons, though. This is...
Meat.
Yeah, we need a 2.5 meter rocket to be able to utilize this. Alright, so it is beyond what we need. Let's go back to MLP 1. Don't even need to rename it. MLP works for amendments to as well. Alright, let's send it. Tequila, are you ready for engineering? I started messing with it a little bit last night on the PTU, and then it crashed the desktop, and I just decided to call it an early night. Tequila, dude, you're always welcome. Queer, what's up, buddy? You're always welcome to. We've been playing quite a bit again with since the drop of 4.4, which added the Nick system. You know, there's now 3 star systems in Star Citizen. Just double check we're in the right guidance mode. Yes, we are. All right. This one doesn't have all the fancy cameras on the launch thing. We do have a fairing payload cam and a rocket cam, and that's it. This is our first 1.875 meter rocket. Yeah, crap. Moon's gonna end up being in the way again. I was gonna go do it, Min-Miss Direct, but I think we're gonna launch into orbit first. If we time warp nearly half a day here, Min-Miss is gonna end up in the goddamn way. I mean, not Min-Miss, but Moon. Oh, did you? Which one? Tequila, the wolf or the alpha wolf? I like the alpha wolf. I don't like the dingle dongle fin of the other one. But I test flew the alpha wolf. It was nice. I liked it. I almost traded in my Hawk for it, or upgraded my Hawk to it, but the Hawk is in a really good place right now. Like a really good place. Right, and it, you know, and it's like, I backed Star Citizen originally to just to go space bounty hunting. Right, I wanted to get on. I wanted to release my inner Boba Fett. The 21, so you like the ballistic weapons, but now they have that other kit. You can just swap them back and forth. I guess it's whichever body design you like better. What were you playing? What is CK3? I don't know what that is. Storm Wolf, what's up, buddy? You upgraded your L21 to the L22? I like the look of the 22. Better. Crusader Kings 3, okay. It's the same with the laser repeaters. You can see them go dunk, 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 dunk. And, you know, they're rotating in and out. Alright, so this one we're actually going to go into orbit first. It's not that it's better. They're nearly identical. I think the Alpha Wolf gives up some top speed, but gains a little bit of maneuverability. And when I say a little, I mean it's like 1% or 3% at most difference between the two. It's basically, do you like the fold-out fin out of the bottom or not? That's what it boils down to. Because the other guns, you can swap them back and forth.
It's newer.
Now, all the pricing with Star Citizen is about scarcity, artificial scarcity, right? If a ship has a higher price, it's because they want less of them in the universe, right? The higher the price, the more rare they are. That's why what we call the alien tax. That's why all the alien ships cost so much more. Oh, sweet, thank you. Right, it's just to make it more rare, less common. This thing does not want to open. I had to order a new cell phone mount for my cell phone on my bike. And I guess it just came in. As I had a Rock Bros like little kit bag that goes in on the frame, and you could put the cell phone in the top one and hit a clear window, but that clear window started turning yellow over time, and then the zipper broke. Plus, I wanted something independent from that, so. Oh, that's actually pretty meaty. I got one that's rated for up to 120 miles an hour on a motorcycle, so. And so you put it in, and then you can just literally lock it down to where this can't expand out. Nice. Very nice. Okay. Tequila, no. The fold-out fin, only the L21 has it. The L22 does not. The L22 has basically sideways T-tails. All right, so let's send this. Mimus soft landing mission. Mimus landing probe is go. Upper stage is go. Core stage is go. Cameras are go. Guidance is go. We need a go, no go from chat. Okay. And chat is go. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Main engine start. 2, 1. Send it. All right, we've cleared the tower. Go for pitch and roll maneuver. This will be our first non-direct mission. Even our satellites that we launched to Moon and Minmus were direct. Mach 1, vehicle supersonic. Put up on max Q. And 2.5 G's acceleration, throttling back to 2/3 throttle. All right, 1 minute into flight. We got 30 seconds of SRB time remaining. All right, 10 seconds of SRB time remaining, throttling down to 1/2. All right, stand by for SRB shut off and cut, and there it goes. And we have good separation. All right, coming up on booster engine cutoff. We have good booster engine cutoff. All right, good stage separation. Good upper stage ignition and fairing deploy. All right, we're gonna burn this up to about 150 kilometer apoapsis. I like 150 kilometers as a parking orbit. Tequila, you didn't. You didn't test fly it. Oh, shut down. We went a little bit further than I wanted, but that's all right. You didn't test it out during the free fly, during IAE. Yeah, tequila. The only real difference is the other one has laser repeaters, but you can actually buy that kit in the store separately, right? So you can put the laser repeaters on the L21. It really boils down to you like that fold-out fin out of the bottom or not, right? And there's a couple of fuselage changes with the L22. You know, but they're essentially the same thing. What is SU4? Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen either version of Microsoft Flight Simulator on sale. Where is it? I have 2020. In fact, I even have the collector's version of 2020, which is kind of irritating. Then all of a sudden, you know, it's like, because they said it was going to be a live service update, which is true, they did that. But all of a sudden, you know, oh, here's 2024 with all these other features because we can't put it in the first one. Quirt, if it was, I didn't get notified because it's been on my wish list in Steam for a while, and you normally get a notification. If not, their Christmas sale's coming up again soon. I'll think about it, depending on how big the sale is. All right. Anyway. We're cruising up to our apoapsis here. In fact, I don't think we actually need to. Put ourselves into orbit. Well, that's our upper stage, our core stage. All right, let's warp to maneuver. Hey, there it is. There's Minimus. Everybody wave hi to Minimus. Tequila, yeah, a lot of people actually like doing it that way. And all of it changed, but be careful though, because everything with how to do ship combat changes with the next patch, because they're adding ship armor and engineering all at once. And it's coming this week. Right, we're already on getting release candidate 2 today. All right, so let's go ahead and separate from the upper stage. And let's unfold some solar panels. And get some EC juice. All right, that'll work. For 33.9 meters per second, we're gonna drop our, get our encounter and drop our Mimus periapsis down to 127 kilometers. And yes, I primarily use RCS thrusters for maneuvers like that. The reaction wheels are primarily only just to stabilize, or help stabilize. There is a Kerbin. Way back there, damn. All right, stand by for burn. Fire it. Oh, come on, fire it. All right, now bring us down to 148 kilometers. Might help if the the stage is active, right? Quirt, anything you've done a bazillion times makes it everything, you know, makes it look easy. Or it should anyway. Alright, so we're gonna switch back to our upper stage now. We're far enough out to deal blah, 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 blah. Words!
Goddamn words are so hard.
Anyway, we'll be able to deorbit this. There we go, so it'll swing out. And back into and burn up in the atmosphere. Gotta limit that space debris. Quirt, that's just mods. I can't take credit for how it looks. All I did was install the mods. Alright, so let's go ahead and swing it around. That's Jewel, not Minmus. Where's Minmus? Is that Minmus? No, it's Moon. Where the hell's Minmus? Opposite the sun, it's in full radiance. Oh, there it is. Damn. Minmus, your ass is so tiny. Oh, we can do a direct landing. Yep, there we go. About 2 kilometers up. All right, let's go ahead and warp into there. We're gonna land in these highlands right up here. All right, so I'm gonna raise our trajectory just a little bit over those highlands. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and slow our vertical descent just a little bit. We're all really, really tight. We're gonna clip. There we go. Oh, we barely touched the fuel in our auxiliary stage. I'm just gonna use it to minimize our vertical velocity. I need that epic look. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and basically arrest everything here. Alright, let's go ahead and lose the auxiliary stage. And we're gonna let it just plummet to the ground. Good, no debris. All right, 1,200 meters. And we're over Midlands. I thought it would be Highlands, but nope, Midlands. We might be able to bounce this to a couple of different biomes for a little bit more science. All right, 400 meters. Jeez, our RCS thrust is powerful enough to arrest our landing. All right, 100 meters. Meters. And touchdown. We have landed on the surface of Minmus. Let's get some science. All right, magnetometer scan from the Midlands. Send it back. All right, temperature scan. Send it. All right, pressure scan. Send it. One mystery goo. Send it. I only had the one mystery goo? I thought I had two on here. Nope, I only have one. Almost got you, you little bastard. Alright, so I'm having a feeling we might be able to get Lowlands and whichever one this is. If we take off and head directly east. Paper horizontal speed about 25 meters per second. All right, we don't have that much RCS fuel. All right, we might need to bump the speed up a little bit. Oh wait, dummy. It just looks more epic doing it this way. Doesn't it? That landing part of KR again. This way we'll land on the edge of the slopes, or lowlands. In fact, I'm gonna go ahead and arrest our horizontal velocity now. Just be nice and patient. Can't rush these things. The camera view like this, everything looks closer than it actually is. All right, and we put it down one more time. Let's get some science. Chief!
Touchdown.
Touchdown! Chief, in 31 months of giving me some uncomfortable loving.
Thank you so much, Chief. I appreciate that, buddy. Okay, so magnetometer, 10 science, send it. Temperature scan, 14 science, send it. Atmospheric pressure scan, 21 science, send it. It didn't really seem to work out for us very well, so let's go ahead and turn it off. Oh, I forgot to show the thing, that's why. Okay, so let's retract our magnetometer, and then let's go hit this area over here. I probably bounced this further than we needed, but it's Minmus after all. By the way, where's Kerbin? There it is. How much more epic it looks when it's like that. Chief. Still says lowlands, not whatever spot this is. Might have to keep cruise. Lesser flats. There we go. You want to land in Jelly? I hope they're at least based in science. Like, I don't want exotics just for the sake of having exotics. You know what I mean? Oh, there she is, looking all pretty. All right, let's get some more science. All right, 21 science from the pressure. Oh, magnetometer first. 10 science. Send it. I am not saying that there wouldn't be jelly services type of thing, but I don't want exotic made up stuff. You know what I mean? All right, 14 sit from there. Yeah, like exotic for the sake of just being exotic. You know, as long as it's based in something like real science, you know, and materials type of thing. I mean, it can even be theoretical, but not something completely fantastical. That's not possible at all. Right, because there's going to be plenty of strange within the realm of possible without needing to go bonkers. But I think they're going in the direction of realism anyway. Well, Scientific, you know that's what this is. All the flats in Minmus, they're supposed to be ice sheets of something. All right, let's go. Completed several contracts. Land a probe on Minmus. We got 150 grand, 8 science, 62 rep. Science from new biomes, Minmus's Midlands, 25 grand. Soft landing on Minmus. Mission success. If safely landed on Minmus and returned valuable science data from the surface. We now know that it is possible for a crew craft to land there safely as well. All right, so we now have 67 grand, 5 science, 31 rep. I didn't get the other bonus, the other biome bonuses. We landed in 3 different biomes here. And there's still enough fuel to actually bounce this somewhere else in the future should we need to. I am going to change the name of this, though. All right, we're going to call it Minland 1. All right, back to the Space Center. How much time has gone by? And how much science did we get? All right, let's warp to the morning. 199 science. And we are 10 days, a little over 10 days out from the middle of the Duna launch window. Goodness still seems kind of far forward, but... Alright, let's see what we want to spin this science on. Alright, but give me just a minute. I need to punch the bladder reset button, and I'm starting to get warm, so I need to lose the long sleeve here. Give me one moment, and I'll be right back. I'm back. My bladder thanks you for your patience. Okay. What do you mean? The further away you get from the sun, the more likely ice would exist. Chief, thank you for the ill-time command, as always. Much appreciated, sir. Chief, what are you having for dinner, buddy? Or what did you have for dinner? You were always eating something tasty. I think, yeah, I imagine that would be difficult to do, actually. Depends on the game engine, but even then, it would still be difficult. Unless you had to move like clouds or like the way the clouds are set up to move, kind of like that. Not necessarily by normal physics, just pre-programmed. Kind of like on rails, you could do it. Beef with fresh tomato sauce. Ooh.
Tasty.
Oh, that's right. We're gonna look at our science. How much science do we want to spend? Dude, beef here in the US has gotten stupid expensive. We have enough for advanced fuel systems, which is what I've been looking for. We need so many things. Chief, I had waffles just before I started streaming. Today. We need so many things. We need so much more science. I'm going to take advanced fuel systems because it's going to allow us to be able to make our permanent... Well, not permanent, because we still haven't unlocked the other engines that we need. Precision propulsion. We need the Cheetah. And we need... heavier rocketry for the Bobcat. And the Skipper. Alright, but advanced fuel, it gives us the FLC 1000 fuel tank. And the TX 1800 fuel tank, which is the full-size 1.875 meter tank. We also get the Rockamax X200, which allow us to start making 2.5 meter rockets earlier on. And Delta is out there singing. I might have to go... Let me go grab her real quick. 1 second. Muted. Delta is literally just out there in the front yard singing. Laying down like a sphinx and just singing. Cheap, yes, with maple syrup. Not real maple syrup. Quasi maple syrup. Real maple syrup here is really expensive. Especially now with all the stupid ass tariff things that we have going on. I'm gonna grab the advanced fuel systems. It's done. 167 grand to unlock it all. Done. $39.3 science. What do I need to unlock medium reentry pods? 45. We need 5 more science. That is not what I said to do. All right, 98.7% done with our multi and visual, and our topography is 93.5% done at Minmus. Let's go take a look at it, see what science. Let's transmit that science. From Minmus Scancom. Analyze data. You grudgingly acknowledge that the guys over at the Kerbal Astronomical Society were right. Minmus really is a moon. You wouldn't have believed it if you hadn't seen the altimetry scan with your own eyes. It's not quite all of it. It's probably 12 science is what it would actually get to. But we're going to go ahead and transmit that. Yeah, 18.8. This is probably 20. Maybe it's like 0.2 science. All right, you contemplate how fitting the name Greater Flats is as you pore over the data. Whoever thinks up these names is one smart Kerbal, unlike the engineers we have around here. And transmit that. All right, back to the Space Center. But now that we're starting talking about food, I'm starting to get hungry again. Waffles don't like it's junk. Let's face it. They taste good, but
Junk!
I'm starting to get a little hungry. I might have to throw in a pizza here before too long in the toaster oven. Not toaster oven, the air fryer. Okay, that gives us 69.7 science because we can now grab medium reentry pods, which gives us the P reentry. Let's grab that, pay for it. Let's go over here to contracts. Go to career evolution. Accrued milestones, put 2 Kerbals in orbit. Let's grab that. Automated sample return from Minmus. We're gonna grab this. And the robotic rover on Minmus, we're gonna grab it too. We have the same ones for Moon, which we have not yet done. The Moon or rover is now possible, because we need to land on the backside, but I think it's dark there right now.
Sandwich! 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 Which sandwich?
What do you think about ham and cheese? Ooh, a ham and cheese melt sounds pretty good, but we don't have any ham. I can take this one. This is for Minman's Lowlands, Mimus Flats, and Lesser Flats. I'm not sure which ones we're on currently, but we can go back to the Lowlands pretty easy. Unless it's a specific area. It might be a specific area. Ship biscuits. It's a significant contract. We already hit. We're maxed out. I can't take it anyway if I wanted to. An equatorial satellite around Minmus. We'll take that. Oh, I can't. I can't. It's a significant contract. Well, I can take an exceptional contract, which is 3 stars. I can actually do that. Another Cape. This one's to Cape Kerman to unlock another airport. Let's grab it. We have a lot of contracts actually available, or still to do. Bologna and cheese. Oh, a chicken patty in the air fryer with a crispy. Have a crispy chicken sandwich. Dude, I think we have those in the. Shit. Now I gotta make food. I'm hungry, dude. I also can go make myself a burrito. Actually, I could go make myself a burrito. A beef and bean and cheese burrito. Because I made a beef taco meat the other day, and we still have some leftover refried beans.
Shit.
All right, I need to take an intermission and go make me a burrito. I'll be right back in a few minutes. All right, I'm back. I had to heat everything up, but burrito. See, this is what happens when you start talking about food. Very tasty. Beef, bean, cabbage. That's why you made a sauce of meat and rice mix with picante sauce. Oh yeah. It's like a ground beef, tomatoes and onion mixture, refried beans. And when I do my refried beans, I add enchilada sauce into the beans, like green sauce, green enchilada sauce. Really makes the beans pop, like really good. And then I added cabbage. I'm not sure how well you're gonna be able to see that, but yeah. Anybody else go grab food?
Rocket, how's it going?
Brandon, thank you so much, buddy. Oh yeah, my sister calls these Joe burritos because of the size that I make them. I basically put as much as will fit in the tortilla. What's going on, Brandon? Brandon, you ready for engineering? My burrito sprung a leak. Oh, nice, Brandon. At least your company does something like that. I'm doing a ribeye roast for Christmas dinner. Holiday dinner, whatever you want to call it. Alright. I gotta switch to knife and fork because my burrito sprung a leak. I'll end up wearing the rest of it. The tortilla split open at the bottom. That's the bad part about stuffing a burrito. And then trying to stuff your face quickly because you're streaming. I try not to eat on stream most of the time. Sometimes it just doesn't work out that way. Right, because you stop for like a proper lunch break. Yeah. It's hard to come back to it. Right, for both me and for all you guys. Oh man, that is tasty. Truffle flavored butter. I don't think I've ever done truffle flavored butter. But I was gonna thinking I was gonna do a a Parmesan garlic butter sauce. with either rosemary or dill. And I'm gonna smoke that ribeye. No worries, Brandon. We even got MGB going. Finally, again, MGB got his first 2 Onyx missions done. I've already stripped all my ships and rating for 4.5. I jumped in last night. I jumped into the PTU. Now that we're in the release candidate status, to mess around a little bit, but then it crashed the desktop, and I just kind of decided to give it a call it an early night. Okay, so we are, 10 days out from the middle of the Kerbin to Duna launch window. We'll be doing our first Duna launch. All right, let's knock out another flight, and then I want to start developing a new rocket system. Yeah, Brandon, last night I couldn't get the mission to pop. Yesterday, that's why I just went ahead and decided to go ahead and strip my ships down, as that mission wasn't popping for me. Okay, let's find our executive. Hey, no freeloaders in there. All right, Jeb is gonna fly with Lemmy, and we're gonna go ahead and unlock this next airport. Well, the problem is that, Brandon, the legitimate way to get in there, the server blade isn't spawning, right? And in fact, it was like a known issue that it only spawned like 10% of the time. I've never seen it every time I went and looked. Even when I went to the facility by myself, when I went and looked in the back room, not there. All right, Transflight, you are cleared for a departure at immediate takeoff. Fly safe. All right, why are we sitting so far back now? Spring damper. Oh, I have it in auto. That's why. All right. All right, we'll know it. I don't know why those are opposite of one another, but all right, we're good to go there. Gotta turn the volume down on the airplane. Gotta turn it up on rockets, down on airplanes. You'd think it'd be the opposite, right? All right, so we need to go to Cape Kerman. let's get it underway. All right, positive rate, gear coming up. Hey, where'd you come from? All right, coming north. Well, hi. You wanna come say hi? You wanna come say hi? Well, come on up. Come on, up, all the way up, come on. All the way up. All the way up, don't hide down there, don't hide. You're hiding from the camera, you're funny. You're funny. You're funny. All the way up. All the way up. No, okay. Inside. Go lay down. Inside. Good girl. Lay down. Lay down. Good girl. I know you want to bite a burrito. Wait until wait. You just gotta wait. You just gotta wait. She's looking at me like, I thought we shared everything. I figured a flight right now is a good time for me to be able to finish my burrito while I'm in flight. Hey, you're that impatient? Are you that impatient, little one? Dog? She's being impatient. Oh, yes, check scene. Thank you. And see, that's why that command exists. We have a over and under cameras. All right, gonna go ahead and keep climbing up. You know how tasty this burrito is? Alright, I'm going to go ahead and settle the aircraft here. Let our speed come up. This thing will cruise over 500 knots. Even at 2/3 throttle. Going to full throttle just uses more fuel. As we basically we're kind of drag locked. Otherwise, because it'll want to go supersonic, but it can't because of drag. Mic boom is in the way. I used canned tomatoes when I made the meat sauce, but it's canned tomatoes with habanero chilies. Oh, this is hot. I really like the flavor of habanero chilies, but it's spicy. Oh yeah, what's up, buddy? And we're cruising at 525 knots right now, Mach 0.89. Used to be a taco place I used to go to when I lived in Mexico. They would make fresh habanero salsa, so good, but damn, so spicy. Like so spicy that I would have to eat a plain taco first, because I had to have something in my stomach in order to be able to put that salsa on my second taco. And what's funny about it is even most Mexicans that I know when I lived there wouldn't eat habanero salsa. Like, it's too spicy. Habanero stuffed olives. I am not a fan of olives, but I can get behind the habanero. Yeah, habaneros are the top of my spectrum. Ghost peppers are too hot. That's why, yeah, I used to, well, I think you know, I used to live in Seoul. But yeah, when they say spicy, they mean that shit. Right, when most Americans say spicy,
Sure it is.
you know, they sprinkle a little chili powder on it, and it's like, oh, that's spicy. Like, like my next door neighbor, jalapenos are too hot for him, and he's from Mexico. All right, burrito's done. And we're almost ready to start our descent. You know, people that can barely handle ketchup. Last time I went to the Philippines was a long time ago. I didn't like the ketchup there very much. Speaking of ketchup in Asia, the ketchup there is made out of bananas. They don't use tomatoes, they use bananas. It's still red, they dye it red, right? But it's really sweet. If somebody didn't tell you, you probably wouldn't even notice it. Right, it's the exact same consistency as normal ketchup. It's made the exact same way, except swap tomatoes for bananas. Right, but it's still salt and vinegar. And then whichever color red dye they use. But it's really sweet. That's all you would think, is if you tried it, you're just like, man, this is really sweet. But I brought back a bottle of it for a woman at work because her kids absolutely love it. Yeah, I used to make my own barbecue sauce from scratch. But it's very time consuming and it doesn't last that long. Alright, let's go ahead and start our descent. Oh, that's a hell of a storm we're gonna have to descend through. Okay, Cape Kerman's way out there on the water. Okay. Alright, get ready for some turbulence. Man, these clouds look so good, dude. But yeah, we already test flew this thing. This thing can, this thing can nearly black out Jeb Kerman. And Lemmy over here, I know I can block out Lemmy, as well as probably the passengers, but we'll fail this contract if I block out our passengers. I said I could nearly block out Jeb. We just sent it a little too early, but Alright, Transflight, we have an approach. You're clear for landing. On touchdown, proceed to the indicated airport terminal. Directions have been transmitted to you. Well, that's nice. The runway's, we're going to be flying straight into it. I gotta really slow us down though, because we're going really fast for this. Oh, yep, don't open up that. Wrong button. Alright, flaps down, gear down. And it's like, don't open that in flight. That's a bad idea. Wow, Cape Kerman is huge.
That's what she said!
Risky to land it like that. I'm not ready to take that risk. A long runway too, man. Pulling that front wheel back helped out quite a bit. We have a much better turning radius now. I've never been here before. You guys been to Cape Kerman before? This place is huge. Alright, let's let these Kerbals do their thing. Another 22 seconds for negotiations. These are some fast negotiations. But yeah, nope. I have absolutely zero interest in doing anything with KSP2 ever again. In my opinion, I think they're wasting their time. The core of KSP2 is broken, and it cannot be fixed by modders. Transflight, you are clear for departure. Please proceed to the runway for immediate takeoff. Kales, I just built it. I didn't look up any specific reference. Yeah, Kelsey, yeah, I just built it. A lot of airplanes like this are all gonna. A lot of them look the same. If you don't know airplanes, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between a lot of them. I mean, if you put a Citation 10 and a Gulfstream 5 next to each other, unless you knew airplanes, you wouldn't know the difference. Time Dragon, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that, buddy. But yeah, booyah! The actual core code of KSP2 is pre 1.0 KSP1 code, and the modders cannot change or fix any of that. So the inherent issues, a lot of those early bugs that were in there, it's because they used an early KSP1 code base. Even though they swore up and down they didn't use any KSP1 code, I know someone that actually decompiled it all and compared them. They're the exact same. It's like 0.95, 0.10, or right around like 0.10 code. Right, so it's missing, you know, all of the subsequent updates. Right, with just prettier graphics on board, you're better off with just modding KSP1. It's a much more stable base. That's why I have no interest, and that's why I think that they're wasting their time with the KSP2 Redux. Not to mention, somebody else made a good point yesterday, or the other day, on Sunday rather, that if somebody wants to play that, they have to go buy a game that has no development. Right? So it's kind of eh. Pancake! What's up, Pancake? Yeah, Scientech is the one that made that point. It's a very good point, actually. We're gonna taxi around the long way. Yeah. Moving the front wheel back and the rear wheels back just one notch, but the front wheel back a few. This thing is much more stable in the landing gear now, with a decent turning radius. Hippie, what's up, buddy? Just my opinion, Booyah. I think the team behind the Redux would be better off doing something for KSP1. Even though if you don't already own KSP1, that money's still going to a dark hole. But at least it's a game that is fully developed, where KSP2 is never ever going to be finished. What's going on, Hippie? How you doing today, buddy? Excuse me. You know, like, to me, what it's kind of like is having a car that's got a busted engine, right? Or an engine that runs really, really poor. And then you know, put some expensive wheels and tires and new, you know, and race brakes and, you know, a body kit on it and get it painted or wrapped. But the engine is still... Getting ready for bed. Hippie, where are you at again? What part of the world do you call home? Germany, that's right, okay. It just, for whatever reason, I thought you were in the US, Hippie, and I'm just like looking, I'm like, man, okay, it's 3 o'clock here, or almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon here. It's 6 p.m. on the West Coast. I mean, on the East Coast, rather. And I'm like, bed? Well, Hippie, what time is it there in Germany? All right, Brandon. Have a good night, buddy. Thanks again for the resub. I appreciate it. I'll probably see you online again this evening. Close to midnight? Okay. See, that makes a lot more sense. Chief, go to bed, dude. Are you staying up for a specific reason? I get it, Chief. That's why I don't like streaming late at night. As I need, like, time for my brain to come back to normal. Trix! What's up, Trix? Oh, I gotta get up to altitude here. Trix, are you ready for engineering? By the way, if anybody's these random questions that some people may not understand the context, is we're talking about Star Citizen half the time. Right, engineering is coming to Star Citizen in the next update. The Shack Tack thing? What do you mean the Shack Tack? I jumped into PTU last night to test it out a little bit, with ship combat, but I crashed the desktop and decided to call an early night. But we're getting another release candidate build. They're not just doing a patch for it. They're actually it's a new build. So Dave's, your idea of entertainment is 6 to 8 hours after getting home and a lot of vodka. So vodka is your poison of choice? Your tasty poison of choice?
Not the chosen one. Gracias, senor.
Yes, and all the resubs and the subs are much appreciated, everybody.
Not because I like it, it's just cheap.
I can't do cheap vodka, dude. The hangover is so bad from that. Man, a cheap vodka hangover is the worst. Not the chosen one. What's going on, man? How you doing today? Yeah, I remember a buddy of mine a long time ago. We were both pretty much broke, early career. And we bought a 1-gallon bottle of vodka in a plastic bottle. Right? And, oof.
Oof. Oof.
Dude, we didn't even get drunk from it. Because we couldn't drink enough of it, it tasted so bad, but we still ended up with a 3-day hangover. Dave's. See, if you're gonna drink it straight or sip it straight, it's got to be a good one. That's more. We need to start our descent. That's pretty good, man. Yeah. Maki, how you doing? My poison of choice is rum. And I can't just drink for the sake of drinking. There has to be like a social reason. And even then, I don't drink very much. 1 most times, sometimes 2. Rare occasion 3, and that's about it. Yellow aged tequila for you. Chief, dude, I would bet you would love the tequila festival in Mexico, dude. They have some really good tequilas. obviously. I mean, that's where it's from. Like, when it comes to tequila, I prefer Don Julio, but Don Julio here in the United States is so expensive. In Mexico, it's considered a mid-range tequila, but it's a, you know, a pure agave tequila, right? It's smooth enough that you can just straight sip it. But a $50 bottle in Mexico is like a $250 bottle here in the US. Alright, flaps down, gear down. Don't black out on me, guys. Yeah, this one's not going to be a smooth landing. It's Jeb flying. He's having too much fun with it, is what it is. Alright, just gotta wait for these guys to unload. Ladies and gentlemen, Transcarbon Airlines welcomes you to your destination. The fastening belt sign has been turned off and you may now move to the terminal to collect your luggage for making connecting flights. Please use caution when opening the overhead compartments and removing items, since articles may have shifted during flight. Alright, and that'll be another contract in the books. Pancake, yeah, that's a big. I'd say that's about half. I'm just happy to be able to get more advanced gameplay. We had a guy when I was in the military drink himself to death. And when I lived in Santa Barbara, I'd say about once or twice a year, somebody from UCSB, one of the big colleges there, well, the big college there, I guess, you know, and they do a lot of partying there, and I live in an area called Isla Vista. Right, Isla Vista is the most populated square mile west of the Mississippi River. Right, but anyway, about once or twice a year they have somebody, they find some student that drank themselves to death. All right, had to scratch the old back. Okay, so now, as I contract complete. All right, let's go ahead and warp to the morning here. All right, the multi and visual is now complete for Minmus. The altimetry scan, not as much. Oh no, wait, no, this is Moon. Moon is now complete. Finally, holy crap, did that take forever. 100%. We might get a couple science from that, so we're gonna go visit that. There's all of Moon's biomes. Urban's is complete, and we've already transmitted all of that science back home. All right, but here is all of Kerbin's biomes. (99.5% complete. Okay, so it's not quite done on this. And this is 94%. How do we have the sun when we haven't sent anything there to map it? You can map the sun? I don't think I can get within 250 kilometers, though. Trix, yeah, that's ScanSat, dude. ScanSat is awesome. Where's my moon scan? I hope KSA has something like ScanSat built into it from early on. They already have the ground track, which is nice, very nice. Right, that's something that stock Kerbin has always been missing. Right, is the ground track. All right, 1.3 science is what we can get from that. But hey, all science is welcome science. By the way, I left the auxiliary stage attached because it still had a lot of fuel in it. But the satellite is actually from forward to this decoupler is the actual satellite. This is the auxiliary stage. Tricks, it's Kerbal flight indicators. I didn't turn it off. It's what I use for the airplanes. When I do rockets or space stuff, I turn it off. I just didn't turn it off because all we're doing is jumping out there to get the science and coming back. Right, but it's just some of the Kerbal flight indicator symbology is all. Right, like artificial horizon and whatnot. Okay, so if you notice the parts that we unlocked, right? Because we do have a contract here to be able to put up 2 Kerbals in orbit in one vessel. And we finally unlocked some other stuff. We can build an early
Soyuz.
All right, so here is the P that can take 2 Kerbals. I don't know if that will be enough. I know some people don't like it when everything starts with a K with Kerbals, but we're doing it anyway. Alright, so Koyus. I'm going to start our preliminary testing here. Alright, so all I'm doing here is checking to make sure that this is enough parachute. Coming in hot! Coming in hot, baby! Who's that coming in hot? Bishimura! Coming in hot! Nishimoto, what's going on, my friend? How you doing? Natsmore, yes, I know. This is only for all. This is a simulated test because this thing has to go inside of a fairing. Otherwise, it's. Samo, what's going on, my friend? Samo Rock. Can I just call you Sam? Oh, nice, Bishy. Alright, I know this looks dorky. All we're doing is a parachute test. I just need this stable enough to get it high enough in the air to test the parachutes. To see how many parachutes we actually need for this. Right, as we're about to start development of a Kerbalized version of Soyuz. An early version. So we're kind of... I just need to know how much parachute this needs. Just so you're aware, just so because I know that it looks like, you know, oh man, you don't know what you're doing. Well, I actually do. Right, this is probe flyer. Nah. Where's our Duna flyer? Yeah, see, I actually do know how to make rockets. Right, this is our mission that we have prepped to go to Duna, as we're rapidly approaching a Duna transfer window, our first one. Right, so we built our probe there for our first Duna flyby in this save. Yes, you'd hope somebody named Rocketology actually knows how to make a rocket, right? Rachel Maelstrom, how is it going? By the way, did anybody give a shout out? Yeah, thank you, Onka. If you guys don't know Bishimoto, Bishimoto's been a long time viewer of the channel. He also streams. He is doing an RP1 playthrough right now. So make sure you click on that link and give my man Bishy a follow if you would. As I said, this is just purely to test for the shoot, so we're just gonna send it. I need to make a action group to cut the drogue. Maybe 7.5 meters a second. Might be too high. No, 7 works. Basically, dude, I just had to take a long break from KSP. One is because, you know, KSP 2 and then KSP 2 went. Right, and it kind of just burned me out completely on Kerbal. Plus, I have, well, as you know, I have a stupid amount of hours in this. Oh, RP2. Is it RP2 already? Oh, also do airplanes. Like, I do lots and lots of airplanes. Oh, I have well, I think I deleted a lot of the ones I wasn't using, but I kept the screenshots from them because I realized I had like 6 different installs of KSP. There were different versions and different mod sets. Yeah, speaking of airplanes, only because I really like flying this thing. This thing is just too cool for school for flying. Yeah, let's go ahead and throw a couple Kerbals in the back. Now, my last JDSQ stave, for whatever reason, heat shields all of a sudden just stopped working. Could not figure it out. This is just for fun. This thing is just fun to fly. 127 knots. And you can also use it to just slam on the brakes. And this thing takes some practice to fly. But Shimona, they worked fine until our second moon mission with the 2.5 meter heat shield. They suddenly just weren't, like, did nothing. And then all the other heat shields started doing the same thing. They did nothing. Tricks, I like it. I like this thing. I started building a larger version of it, but I wanted to wait. I didn't have the parts that I needed because they're further down the tech tree, and I haven't looked to see if we've unlocked them or not. probably my smoothest landing yet in this thing.
Eat your heart out, Airwolf.
Oh. But this thing is difficult to fly. It's a little bit of a challenge. KSP doesn't really like helicopters very much. Especially not when you get exotic like this. Sambo, the check scene command is in case I'm doing something like this and I start talking and then I switch gears and I go back to playing Kerbal or whatever it is that I'm doing and you guys can't see and I don't look at OBS to see it and I forget to switch scenes. It reminds me to go, hey, dumbass, check scene. So that's what that is what that command is for. Because I have a bad habit of doing that. Of popping over here, we chit chat, and then I go back to the game and forget to change it. Yeah, I like this thing a lot. Even though I wouldn't have much use for it. I mean, we used it to get a little bit of science around the area. Right, because I mean, it's a science bird. Yeah, MG, it really is. Right, I also have this one, and then I have a water variant. Right, to be able to land and take off from the water, and yes, it can. Right, kind of like a little Kiowa. This is the first plane that we made in this save. And then here's our first jet that we made in this save. And then we graduated to larger science planes. And then we kind of went to bush plane for something we needed to be able to puddle jumper to go to the island runway. And then we got in the faster turboprops, you know, for passenger aircraft. We had some experimental aircraft. And then, of course, we got to our executive jet. That we needed to be able to fly Trans-Caribbean Airlines, or TKA, executives to new airports to negotiate. To be able to open them up for business. And don't let the fact that this thing is a Learjet, or a Learjet style aircraft, fool you. This thing is can nearly block out Jeb Kerman. As I said, we had some experimental aircraft, right, in order to be able to go supersonic, because we don't have afterburning turbofans yet. Right, and this is also, they'd be able to get up to higher altitude. We had to add the rocket engines, right, the solid rocket boosters to it. And then even, you know, had to be able to fly to the pole, so I needed an aircraft that could fly further, but all we had was the Juno engine. right? So early, you know, experimental style aircraft, you know, based on the limited resources or parts that we had at the time. Dave's, no, it's not a zero. Not exactly. It's not, it's just, it'll look like it because of the cockpit. If you're referring to this, it's just the cockpit part makes it look like that. But it's still a fun plane to fly around. Yes, pretty much. Not making everybody dizzy. As I said, still a fun plane to fly around. MGB, dude, I completely didn't even see that. Why didn't my notifications go off? MGB, dude, thank you so much, man. Everybody, can I get a thank you in chat there for MGV and the 10,000 bits? Holy crap, dude. Dave's, the fun guns are where your balls are placed. Isn't that always the case? Thank you, MGB. Dude, I appreciate that, man. Yeah, speaking of, I gotta go out to the sandbox real quick. But it's not only where you place your balls, it's where you can keep them. Right, it's where you can keep them and where you can put them for the most amount of fun, but still be able to keep them out of trouble. Right, case in point, the plane. We haven't busted this out in a few days. I can't fly this craft file on the other save. We don't have the parts unlocked. They're further up the tech tree. But this is the ultimate in flying for fun. I think I made that a little too quiet. Oops. Oops, wrong way. Oh, yep. Flying backwards, dumbass. You gotta reverse the controls. All right, NGB, have a good one, buddy. Thank you again, dude, so much, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, because it's you can repeat it with other aircraft. Similar, but this is actually a different craft file. Similar aircraft. This one though, does it have the leading edge control surfaces? I don't think it does. I've made all these so long ago. Yeah, this one does not have the leading edge control surfaces. Actually, I think I like the design of this one better than I do the plane. Our toys! What's up, my friend?
Hey, what does this button do?
That button does this. It makes you fly backwards. That's what that button does. It makes this happen. But Car Toys, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that, buddy. Almost hit Millie's G limit. Oh, wrong way again, damn it. I was gonna... And then J turn it into sky, but... It takes a while to learn how to fly these. Dave played, yeah, dude, the atmospheric autopilot, yeah, even Linux Guru Gamer, I think he's I can't remember if he's Ukrainian or Russian. I don't know, big difference there, but that originally wrote that mod, and he asked Linux Guru Gamer if he wanted to take it over. So Linux took a look at it, looked under the hood, and said, "Yep, nope." Even Linux is like, "Yeah, that's I like this plane for some reason. Just like an arrowhead. Ridiculous amount of lift on this thing. Ridiculous amount. At some point, I need to finish this up. Just to finish it up. This is Prometheus 2.0. All the orbiter is done. This part is done. It just needs a new stack. I don't know. Maybe in this other playthrough, I'll transfer the file over when we get to the part, get the parts unlocked. Tricks heat shielding work on what, this? This isn't for heat shielding. That's the actual, I did it because I needed this to have more lift. It's a lifting, I want it to be a lifting body for real. Plus, I needed it to help smooth out the bottom. But it's not actual heat shielding. Well, you might remember Prometheus 1, right? We've used this in the past, in a past save. And this worked at both stock scale and 1/4 real scale. The only difference is that because this tank, I believe this is, yeah, it's only half full. The external tank is half empty. All you do is whatever mass you add to the tank in fuel, which it needs at 1/4 real scale, you have to deduct from the payload. And then it works at 1/4 real scale, but it barely works at 1/4 real scale, like barely. Like, I mean, you can get it into like a 100-kilometer orbit, and that's it. Where at stock scale, you can put a 50-ton payload into a 250-kilometer orbit. Yeah, Dave, they're really not worth it. Because by the time that you can make that, you can make this. and then not even have to worry about a stack. I need to do a save of this without the oxidizer in it so I don't have to do this every time I want to do this. This thing is so much fuel. Nice, Dave's. Yeah, the one I made actually has SRBs. I figured out how to do SRBs with a thrust curve before the cow controller was introduced. By using groups of SRBs. Might have been a bad idea. I think I needed more altitude first. Yep, I needed more altitude first. Been a while since I've used this as a stunt plane. And even with all the oxidizer removed, it's still pretty heavy. Still don't think we had enough altitude. Nope, not enough altitude. Oh no, it's gonna be close. Still not enough altitude. Yep, it knows what dirt tastes like now. Yep. Speaking of my balls. Alright, as this thing ends up becoming very neutral on ascent when you actually have a payload on board. Right, no, almost no angle of attack, which dramatically decreases drag. And at some point, I don't know if I want to build a new Zeus, because this is type H. So I started with type A. That's how many iterations of this I've built. They've only gotten either bigger, they all look roughly the same until you see them up close. Right? As I kept upgrading it, upgrading it, and upgrading it. And really fine-tuning this relationship. And this thing is so easy to fly, even with flying a 50-ton payload. You just set it to the right angle on ascent, and you could literally get up and walk away, go take a leak, use the bathroom, whatever, come back. Same thing on re-entry. It's so stable on re-entry, you can get up and walk away. And it'll stay whatever attitude you put it for re-entry. It'll hold it. Even without you giving it any flight input. I spent a lot of time just super fine-tuning everything about this thing. But yeah, Dave's dude, a space shuttle is arguably probably the most difficult thing, or one of the most difficult things that you could engineer in Kerbal Space Program. Right? Because not only do you have is it an asymmetric vehicle with an offset center of thrust. Right? And this is because this is sitting back, there we go. Not only is it an offset center of thrust, your center of mass is moving the entire time. Right? It's going to move, generally speaking, it's going to move back and down towards the orbiter. Alright, so your center of thrust has to be able to move with it. And the space shuttle does it by its SRBs did it because its SRBs are set up in such a way, but basically the pattern that you lay in segments of the propellant, you can actually give a thrust curve to it. And I kind of did that with this, because this is basically a whole bunch of kickbacks. Done in pairs with different thrust settings. Right, some are at 100 and others go all the way down to 60. And it gave me the thrust curve needed. And then all I have to do is just adjust the throttle on these based on the amount of payload. And then this one, because, well, at the time, the SRBs didn't gimbal. And so when Making History came out, I added the vernier engines on it with the liquid fuel tanks in order to be able to actually have gimbal control. Because when I originally did this, these didn't exist yet. And so there was you had no control, gimbal control on the SRBs. Thanks, Tequila. Yeah, and this one came about because everybody kept asking, because I didn't have a space shuttle at all, and everybody kept asking me, you know, how come you don't have a space shuttle? And I'm like, all right, if I'm going to do a space shuttle, everybody has a NASA clone. Like, everybody. So the idea was, if we made a space shuttle today, space shuttle 2.0, if you will, what could it look like, right? And what would its capabilities be? And that's how I came up with this. And believe it or not, even EJ's flown this before on his stream, because I was having an issue with Kerbal that is hard coded into Kerbal. It does not like VTails of any type. For whatever reason, the Unity engine gets confused. And if you activate the control surfaces, like if you notice they're deactivated, if you activate these control surfaces, the Unity engine will make it to where they're operating as though they're on one side. And it'll cause an uncontrollable roll. Because it thinks they're on both of these are on the same side of the vessel. And the fix that EJ figured out is just turn it off. Turn off yaw. Pancake, are you seriously asking me that right now? What do you think that big ass plane was that we were flying, that we were doing stunts in? This thing. SSTO. 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 I used to even have more, but Zeus did everything. So basically, it's one for crew, one for payload. And with this one, I was really also going for aesthetics. I wanted something unique. Kales, I really like airplanes. Like, even in real life, as a kid, I liked airplanes a little too much. Not to kill it, no, not really. It'd be better off with something like the X-33 that never was. And I want to check something in my other save real quick while I'm thinking about it. Forgot to check and see if I have unlocked the verniers yet. Car toys? Yeah, that would be interesting. I think I'm sure somebody's done it before. Printed their craft files out from KSP. I'll show you what the X-33 is. And MGB that just left, he's forum user Angel125. He actually has a mod for it. He created a mod for it. I wanted to check something here real fast in a text tree while I'm thinking about it. Because I don't remember seeing them once I was looking at the Cub vernier engine. Pulling my leg and throwing, well, at least you're not pulling my pickle. No, there's no booster on the X-33. It was a single stage to orbit. But it got canceled, but Lockheed Martin kept working on it, and they figured out the deal with the fuel tanks to make them light enough, but to no avail. Where's the Cub engine here? I do have it. Okay, it's right there. Okay, that's what I wanted to see. Yeah, with the linear aerospike. Yeah, it's called a linear aerospike. They were working on a demonstrator aircraft, which would also be able to carry a small payload, and they would have a full-size version. I probably need to make this bigger. But yeah, it had two big linear aerospike engines on it. And this was meant to replace the space shuttle. And it would have been a single stage to orbit. But they were having an issue with the nose tank, which we can hear. This tank, the fusing of these two tanks together, of the different materials in order to be able to handle the heat. Right? And Congress canceled it. But Lockheed Martin they were close to a fix or a solution. So they kept out of their own pocket. They paid for it for another development for another 6 months and finished it. Figured it out. Went back to Congress and said, hey, we can do this now. But Congress said, yep, nope, that ship has sailed. Bye. Sorry. And this is on one of NASA's F-15s taking one section of the linear aerospike engine for testing. They also tested one on the back of an SR-71. Right, and the engine actually worked. They actually test fired it. In fact, there is that's the XRS 2200. Right, but they actually tested it. It works. And the aerospike is the reason for them, whether they're a linear or a tordial, right? The round ones, tordial, is simply because it uses the atmospheric air pressure as the outer edge of the engine bell, so to speak. And so as it climbs and the atmosphere gets thinner, right, the exhaust automatically just starts spreading out. And so it's always maximum efficiency at any altitude. Right, most rockets, like two-stage rockets, the rocket is designed around like sea level efficiency, and then at upper or the second stage is for vacuum efficiency. But anywhere in between, they're not as efficient. The aerospike is always efficient at regardless of atmospheric pressure. That's the advantage of it. But you think this is crazy that we built this? This is back from the late 80s, early 90s, dude. This is even crazier. Come on. Work for me here. Really? Oh, not Nova, Nerva. Oh, come on. Spell correctly.
Now conquering this developed for ours the internal combustion engine principle.
This is a documentary on the Nerva program.
Need for a continuous supply of electric 1961 made history by the length of effectiveness of the snap,
That's the one? No, that's a different. That's not the one I was thinking of. It's this one.
And it is jettisoned.
And a mile or so away. This car could be controlled from a remote station. Liquid hydrogen from nearby storage tank for careful checking. And in this test, a hydrogen leak caused a fire on the test stand, and in testing were needed to test stand. Brought up to full power and held for 8 minutes.
That is a nuclear rocket engine.
It was restarted and operated at full power for 2.5 minutes.
That is a nuclear rocket engine test that took place in the 1960s.
Specific impulse about 750 seconds. This concluded the Kiwi test series. It had proved that a nuclear reactor could...
General Corporation, they're made of 20 degrees Fahrenheit, called neutrons.
Right, and the next phase of the NERVA program, and unfortunately the NERVA program was part of the Apollo program. But Apollo 20, if they'd kept it going, Apollo 20 would have had to replace the third stage engine with a nuclear powered engine. Right, like we're looking at it now, like, you know, finally again, we're looking at nuclear rocket engines, and everybody's like, oh, wow, that's cool. That's the future. No, it's the flippin' past.
During a 2-month period, it was started and stopped.
The first working, where is it?
Only chemical rockets can provide the height, less thrust.
Scientific laboratory.
The first working nuclear rocket engine was in the 1950s, late 1950s, before NASA even existed yet. Right? It was still under the NACA. Anyway, but if you look at the Apollo applications program, yeah, Apollo 20 would have had a nuclear engine third stage, and we would have done manned missions to, or attempted manned missions to Mars in the early 80s. But nope, Nixon had to nix. That's where that word term comes from, by the way. Like, nix that shit. It was Nixon. Because Nixon basically wanted to cancel anything that had to do with any Democratic presidency or senator or whatever else it was. Right? You know, because the Apollo is Kennedy's baby. Technically, it was Johnson's. But Kennedy got all the credit because he gave the speech. Right, but in reality, it was Johnson that was all about the space program. Kennedy didn't like the space program. He just wanted to win against the Soviets.
Kiwi were to be used to prove out this.
But yeah, and this is a good watch, man. Like, if you haven't seen this before, we've watched it on stream before in the past multiple times.
About twice as efficient.
Right, and it also explains exactly what ISP is. But this is a good watch if you haven't seen it before. All right, but with that, ladies and gentlemen, I really do need to call it a day, as I need to take Delta to the park before the sun goes down, which is going to happen here in like 20 minutes. That's why that is the absolute truth, dude. Well, look how anti-science everything is becoming again today, man. It's like, you know, it's like people arguing using a cell phone, right? By the way, cell phone technology is a direct descendant of the space program, right? Cellular communications. Anyway, right? They're using a cell phone or a laptop or whatever else it is. They're using all of the technology that came from the space program, right, to argue against investing in space. The irony. All right, but anyway, thank you everybody for coming and hanging out. By the way, if anybody is not aware, we do have a YouTube channel now. You can find it right there. This episode will be uploaded to YouTube tonight, but it probably won't be available for viewing until tomorrow morning. But all previous 18 episodes of this Kerbal playthrough are on YouTube. But you guys have a great morning, great night, great afternoon, great what it is, wherever you may be. I'll see you guys next time, probably Thursday. Until then, stay dangerous, and thanks again, everybody, for coming and hanging out today. If you have not hit that follow button for me already, please do so now. Everybody that did it, thank you so much. Hey, and consider, subscribing to support the channel. The more subscribers, the more motivated I am to continue doing this. Anyway, have a good night, everybody. I'll see you guys on Thursday. And thank you again.